All right. So, let's get into this. All right. So, the first section of this game is an auto-scrolling segment. Bayonetta is a hack and slash game, so the combat is going to be punches and kicks. A lot of the attack methods that you do in this game is going to be pressing and holding the punch and kick button for various times. Another core mechanic is that in this game you have an evade that has invulnerability on it. And for this character that I'm playing, Jean, if you evade as you take damage, it gives you witch time. Jean is a different character than the main character Bayonetta. She does have different core mechanics and different trade-offs. She does have infinite dodges. Bayonetta can only evade 5 times, and she'll get an exhaust dodge, which stops her from moving or doing any other attack for a good second and a half. I also gained the ability to deal 50% more damage with the Wicked Weaves. Wicked Weaves are these big hands and feet that you're going to see hitting enemies within combat. Those are typically locked behind combat finisher moves, so they're later in the combo. You're not going to see them on the first punch or the first kick or anything like that. I prefer Jean because she has a lot more movement options available to her, which I prefer. And she is just a riskier character. She does take double damage as well, so it's a good way to spice up gameplay by playing her compared to just playing as Bayonetta. I also start with the ability which is called Bat Within. For Jean, it's called Moth Within. But the trade-off is I can't get witch time by evading before an attack hits me. I have to evade as soon as I take damage. The margin of error is about 1/10 of a second, so it's quite restrictive, but I find that to be fun personally. In the background, a little sneak peek of a boss you'll see later on in the game. His name is 42 though. There'll be more to come from him.
Humans began to condemn the name Umbra. They launched the witch hunts, rounding up the battle-weary witches with little resistance and subjugating those who wished to continue the struggle. Human faith in the miracles of their god pushed the witch hunts further, and soon the Umbra witches, keepers of the darkness, were extinguished from the
Almost done with this section.
all. But
I'm okay! Let's go! Just stay close to me!
Alright, and now we're going to go ahead and get into it. So, for this first section, I don't have access to Wicked Weaves. So I'll be using this technique which is called the Ragdoll parry, the Ragdoll technique. I'll be grabbing enemies and knocking them into other angels and knocking them into walls. Because if you knock an enemy into a wall, it will deal massive damage to them. So, a little bit of pinball going on. Or bowling. Yeah, a little bit of bowling going on here. We have an introduction to an enemy here called Decorations. They're little flying heads. And this default angel that you see me picking up and kicking around is called an Affinity. You'll see I have a resource meter in the top left. The green bar is my health bar. Self-explanatory. And the other little orbs that you see, that is my magic meter. If I fill that magic meter, that means that I get to perform a torture attack, which I'll be doing right here on this Applaud. Completely kills him. His health bar is present in the bottom right. Not anymore. It's gone. I want to make sure that I end this section with full magic because in the upcoming section, I will be restricted on how I can continue. I have to execute 3 torture attacks to get through this section. A little bit of a tutorial going on here. And as you can tell, Jean is fighting with me. She can definitely not be helpful. She can knock enemies away from you, but it happens. Just gonna skip a few cutscenes here. That's the end of the prologue.
Such a disappointment.
So moving into the next section, in between every single level, there is something that is called Angel Attack. It's a little arcade game. We're going to skip it until Chapter 5, when the first time we use it is. 7 inputs to continue. We're moving on to Chapter 1. A little bit of movement there. Jumping and punching to cancel my height. Going to be using my infinite evades to traverse pretty quickly. I'm using a technique called dodge offset, which lets me progress my combo while doing attacks. You'll see me spray bullets when I do that. Animation cancel pickup with the angel weapon here. You can pick it up while moving, which is really cool. But every time you see me spray bullets like this is me holding down punch or kick. This is the first skip of the game. Traverse over this water, which skips a fight. Break the object so I can activate this platform. This elevator of sorts. Okay, so we're going into our first shop trip. I'm going to be buying a double damage item, which lasts for 15 seconds. And I'm going to be buying a technique which is called air dodge. Now I can finally dodge while I'm in the air. Which you're going to see me do this for a large majority of the run now. I'm going to open up this fight. Ragdoll kicking this enemy into the other angels. As you can tell, I do have Wicked Weaves available now. So, the fun finally begins. I pick up this angel weapon, deal massive amounts of damage, kill this single decoration here, look at the ground to manipulate the AI to have the other decorations fly into my FOV, my field of vision, and come over here, kill this flail angel. He will drop his angel weapon because I torture attacked him. Goodbye, Trumpet Boy. Thank you. Jump canceling. Pick this up. Here we have introduction to our first enemy, the Beloved. Use a flail to do massive amounts of damage to him here. And now we are going to finish him off with our good buddy Gomorrah. He is a demon that we summon with our hair as a conduit. We are a witch. It's pretty hungry. I'm going to pick up this angel weapon and carry it with me to the future segments, as it will save me a lot of time in the upcoming fight here. Little flashback scene. Hello, Fortitudo. Fortitudo has really bad accuracy here. Let's see if we get lucky. Nice. he can just completely miss the fireballs. Like that. That one was too low? That one was dead on. Thank you, Fortitudo. Goodbye. I'll see you later. Alright. Drop the angel weapon. Deal some damage to this beloved. He's not happy. Spray him with a bunch of bullets for a lot of damage. If we kill him fast enough, he will only do his scripted slam one single time, and then throw the platform so we can continue. So, we've carried this axe with us this whole time for this right here. I'm going to drop the axe on him, deal a tremendous amount of damage, and as you can tell, we were at the bottom of the stairs, and we see this cutscene start at the platform. So we save quite a bit of time by immediately killing him whenever he spawns in. Quick time event with Gamora for extra halos. That'll be the end of chapter 1. Alright, so starting in chapter 2 starts off pretty quickly. We're going to get into our first boss fight with character no other than John. If you perform this combo with the very right timing, you'll be able to infinitely combo her, so she can't get out and run away. Otherwise, she will just do her best to negate all your damage and run away from you. So because a moon was out, we're able to walk on the wall using Witch Walk. Moon's already gone, so no more doing that for this chapter. Activate that statue for Witch Time to be able to go through that gate. And I'm going into this fight up here with full magic because roll to the side, torture attack this angel. A little bit of camera manipulation to get him to fall down. I need this flail. Need to pick this up. This guy's in a pretty unfortunate location, but that's okay. Land a taunt here on the beloved. Didn't work. No need. And you'll see my combo in the right just fly up really fast. Go ahead and pick up this bow, because I will be needing it for a future fight. 150,000 halos in that fight alone. And here we are going to see our next angel, the Enchant. Just an angel. It's a wheel. Pretty cool design, but not much to them beyond that. I do a spin kick attack to put them into a confused state, so then I can just pick them up and throw them into each other. Go ahead and smush that cart. And here we use the bow that we picked up from the fight a little while ago. Dispatch all of the enchants. Go ahead and deal damage to this beloved. He's not happy. He's going to go ahead and call in his other friend. ahead and pick that up. Deal massive amounts of damage to this beloved. And here's our good friend Gamora. He's back. He's hungry. You know how this goes. So both of these quick time events that you see on screen, I'm not going to mash because it's faster if you just let it end. All the other quick time events you can button mash through and they will actually end faster. Go ahead and execute this angel here. I'll be needing that angel weapon. Example of kicking an angel into a wall to deal damage. Navigating through that gap. Instead of completing the puzzle and getting witch time, you can just jump over it. Here we have Fortitudo once again. It's kind of a pest, but using the angel weapon, we deal massive amounts of damage to his health bar. I get him to the next phase. I can't even deal damage to him if I wanted to. Until now. A lot of button mashing. So the technique that I'm using in this situation is I do a spin punch or spin kick to be able to spray bullets at the enemy very quickly, which deals quite a bit of damage. You're going to see more of that in future segments of the run because I am going to go to the shop now and unlock the shotguns, Onyx Roses, and the sword Sharaba. The combat and the movement varies a lot more after this shop trip, so you're going to see much different variety in play. Skip angel attackers. You don't need it. So here's our shop trip. I'm going to be buying as many consumables as I can and a few techniques. These red lollipops deal double damage, 15 seconds for the small ones, 60 for the large ones, and the yellow ones give me invulnerability. Same times respectively. Stiletto, Tetsu Zonko, and Afterburner Kick. Starting off this section, just going to cycle through my inventory. In this game, you have 2 weapon loadouts, which you can hot swap between. Setting my consumables, which will be the same for the rest of the run now. And I activated a double damage lollipop, so I'll be able to kill these enemies very quickly. Get witch time here. Alright, you're going to see a little bit of the movement. You're going to see me fly through this corridor. Don't mind me. Just getting on by. And here we have Fairness. He's not nice. Go ahead and take care of him. Get that butterfly for full magic. Activate invulnerability lollipop. Alright, so you're seeing quite a bit of movement variation. I'll go into more detail with that as we get to the skip later on after this fight upcoming. Quick time event. If you fail that, you actually just die. And then you just have to do it all again. So, double fairness fight. Tetsu Zonko to knock him against the wall. I'm actually using the fountain in the center to break a line of sight, and the other one should teleport to me. He doesn't want to cooperate. That's okay. So the attacks that I'm doing is a Wicked Weave. I'm trying to stand at a very specific spot on this enemy, so I hit him twice, which deals massive amounts of damage. Take care of them pretty quickly. Goodbye, double fairness. Okay, so after this quick time event, I'm going to have to navigate through a small corridor, and then I'll be at a large lava lake. At that large lava lake, you'll see a better example, a more clear example of the movement tech that I'm using, which is comprised of using an afterburner to gain momentum. I'm using stiletto to maintain my position in the air, and then I will be evading out of the stiletto as soon as I cast it. Using that, I'll be able to fly through the air, as you see. The timing is very rhythmic. You can mess it up and lose all of your momentum, and you'll drop like a sack of potatoes too. Okay, so doing that skip, that saves me from going through 3 different fights, and saves about 4 minutes all in all. Because otherwise I'd have to I'd have to kill some enemies, go into a portal into paradise, grab a hourglass that rolls back time to repair a bridge, fight some enemies again, and then cross the bridge. And then the bridge will fall, and then I'll have to deal with a bunch of magma snakes trying to predict my movements and hit me, and then climb the platform, but I can just skip all of that and go to the very end of the tunnel. Saves so much time.
Oh, what a day.
So moving on into this next chapter, I'm going to be fighting the boss Fortitudo. He's the first big angel boss that we fight. Really cool design. He's one of my favorites. He's not fun in the run though, sadly. Pretty good pattern. He went for a bite. I deal enough damage to daze him. Jump down, shoot a lot of bullets, and proceed to the next phase. So now he's going to fly in the air on the edge of the Colosseum, and he's going to breathe fire. Normally, you'd have to sit down there and wait. Good 10 seconds, get witch time, and then grab him after some parkour. But, activating an invulnerability item, I'm able to parkour up to his face, flying through the air, grab him as soon as he breathes fire, and throw him to the ground. Toss him around a bit. Also, for every button press, I advance the combo by 5. So you can do some division there if you want to know how many times I press the button. Get off 3 Tetsuzankos. Get witch time here. Knock him back on the ground. Set up. Do massive amounts of damage. And you know how this goes. He perches again. Rinse and repeat. I'll wait till he gets up there and breathes fire, and then I'll grab him and throw him to the ground. Vulnerability time. And then we have one last phase to this boss fight. That phase is quite a bit of RNG, so hopefully he'll cooperate as I would like for him to, but you never know. Alright. Pretty good, honestly. I will take that. Very fast kill on Fortitudo here. And we are not done with him. We're going to summon our lovely friend, Malphus. Isn't he so cute? It's quite hungry. Alright, so we're going to go into the next chapter, which is known to be one of the hardest chapters in the whole game. There's the largest variation of enemy types that are present. And there's a lot of room for error in a lot of the fights. A lot of things can go wrong. So everything is high variance here. More good examples of movement. Alright, here we have the introduction of Grace and Glory. We take them out really fast. And I'm going to grab the red claws, which belong to Grace, because it has a very strong attack that I can amplify with the double damage items that I've bought. Here we have Fairness and Fearless. Take them out pretty quickly with the Grace claws and the double damage item. Alright, so we're actually turning it to nighttime right now. Don't ask how. I couldn't tell you. And then I'm going to spam the evade button and hit terminal velocity and fall down super fast. Another fight with Grace and Glory. I will intentionally be targeting Grace as he drops the desirable angel weapon, his claws. Gonna come here. I have Harmony introduction here for them. I'm going to manipulate their AI to spawn on top of me because I was too far away from them, and just kill them with a fully charged Saraba Slash. Pick up that LP. The LPs, after you piece them together, they give you a weapon. That is how I was able to obtain the Onyx Roses and the sword that I'm using, Sharaba. Alright, we're in Yogamandar's staff. We have an introduction to an enemy called the Ardor. They're gone. Durga Claw, the Grace Claws are very strong, as you can tell. Alright, very specific setup here. Going to defy gravity and fly up the side of the tower. Goodbye, Grace and Glory. His claws are in the wall, barely grab them. Get witch time here. little bit of parkour. We grab the wall and get up here. Skip's going around, and I grab the final piece of the LP, which gives me the weapon Durga. We have an introduction to yet another enemy in this section called Inspired. Big Noodle. Kill him really quickly. Killing him that fast actually skips a good 30 seconds of a animation where we would summon Malphus to finish him off. But we can skip that by traversing up really quickly. We go to the shop, we get Durga. Don't blink or you'll miss a lot in this run. A little bit of movement. I travel so fast he despawns even though he's on screen. Here we have a sneak peek for yet another boss. Minor parkour. Quickly switch weapons. I'm going to shoot her to manipulate her AI. She doesn't really want to cooperate too well. Like that. That's okay. Still a really quick fight. Alright. I do skip the cutscene really quick, but now we do have the option available to transform into a panther. Technically for Jean, she transforms into a lynx. So you're going to see a lot more of that for the rest of the run now as one of the forms of mobility. Alright, here's our angel attack section. I'm going to go for 90 points here. Wait for them to spawn. Any day now. Alright, so I got 113. It's really good if you can get 120, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. Okay, so second shop trip of the game. I'm going to be purchasing 2 techniques, which allows me to transform into a crow and dash to enemies. You'll see that on occasion in combat. And I'm going to restock my consumable items, the lollipops. There's a lot of rhythmic components to this game. Even the menuing is rhythmic. And that is our shop trip. Moving on to chapter 6. So I basically have everything in my arsenal available now. As you can see, Durga is so strong. Does massive amounts of damage to angels, as long as you can hit them without them hitting you. Here's a skip right here. Grab onto that. Tetsuzanko evade cancels. Breaks the platform, exposes a lever. Goodbye. Little affinity. And here we see Lynx. I'll just call it Panther form. More and more grace and glory. Pick up these claws. So the cool thing about Grace and Glory, they can actually evade out of your attacks and combo you together. As they're doing right here. It happens. Go ahead and Tetsuzanko to finish him off. I love stairs. No big deal. He's acting very erratic today and wants to evade everything. Alright. So we go into this small little section. A lot of enemies are going to spawn. See a little health bar and a little dome in the center of the room. You won't see much of her in this speedrun, but she is a child and her name is Cereza. She's been brought into this dimension and, well, we have to protect her. So you're on the ground there. We're kind of an awful parent. Not really a parent, but an awful guardian. So instead of looking after her, we're just going to leave her. This is a skip you can perform, which is called the Cereza Ditch. If you create enough distance between you and little Cereza, you can actually detach from her. Otherwise, if you don't do that, you're tethered and you're supposed to protect her from the beloved crawling after her. That section takes a minute at least, so that's a very important 40-second time save. And this beloved does not want to let her go. Alright. Go ahead and dispatch of him. Small little King Kong reference here. So, the person holding her is not us. That person has a halo above their head. So, we now have to chase her down and save little Cereza from her grasp. Turns out is an angel called a Joy. Joys are able to not only duplicate, but evade you. A little bit of movement. That'll be the end of chapter 6. And then we'll have our first boss fight. Or second big angel boss fight upcoming. Skipping angel attack as we do. All right. Our good friend Temperance. So in combat, you're going to see me hit the enemy from range. What I'm doing is locking on and doing a punch, kick, punch. Timber has these little orbs at his joints, and I'm able to hit them from afar. Here we summon our good demon friend, Hecatonkshire. At the end of every single thingy is a dragon head. Quite scary. The main form of damage that I'm performing here is an uppercut, but I'm jump canceling in between it every single time. Get a bit unlucky, and he opts to punch, but that's okay. I'm gonna wait for him to be able to receive damage. I already hit the HP threshold, but he committed to the attack, so there's no interrupting it. Punch, kick, punch. Tetsuzanko. And I'm gonna evade out of Panther and get to the end. Another gut punch. Temperance is not having a good time. Alright. So he has 3 cores on him. You know the drill. Gonna be using punch, kick, punch. And if I have available magic, I will be using a Tetsuzanko. Punch, kick, punch. Punch, kick, punch. You'll see the HP bar in the bottom right going down as I do these ranged attacks. Alright, so we're getting to the last phase here. There's nothing else to destroy except his face. I'm going to slowly walk up to him and do an attack which is called the Kilgore glitch. All that really does is spray a absurd amount of bullets from whatever gun is on the alternate weapon set's foot. In this circumstance, it is the Onyx Roses, so I'm shooting a ridiculous amount of shotgun blast right into his face to just deplete the health bar as fast as possible. You'll see me use that technique later on after I get the last weapon of the run, but kind of here and there whenever I'll actually use it, because jump uppercut canceling has that much higher damage potential. And it's not as committal as the Kilgore combo, because to do that you have to do a punch, 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 kick combo, and then weapon swap while you're button mashing on the kick. Alright, here's my favorite section in the game. Diagonal evade. Knock them against the wall. Use a magic flute that we got from Angel Attack in Chapter 5. Go ahead and dispatch of those enemies really quickly using Panther Jump Offset. I run all the way to this side of the wall here. This manipulates the joys to all be in a relatively small location. Go ahead and trip him. Very quick fight there. And here we have the most interesting section in the game. Introduction to an angel Irenic, which we never fight. We never actually see them. It's time to go vroom. Want to use a magic flute? Switch to Panther form. Do a 180. If you've ever seen a fairly well-known game called Mario Kart, a lot of the older games you could go in reverse or just skip behind the start and go across the finish line, which is conveniently behind you. In this game, we do just that. Then we have an introduction to an angel called the Braves. They're a very small variation of the Beloveds, and they can actually fuse together, 3 of them, to conjoin and make one large Beloved. Fastest chapter in the whole game. I love Chapter 8. Alright, This is when the run starts to get really interesting. We are no longer of this earth. We are now in paradise. Paradiso. Collecting this LP for the final weapon of the game, Kilgore. It'll be a rocket launcher. We do a skip right here. Okay. I want your key, my friend. Thank you. Key in the keyhole. Which reverses gravity? I don't know. Alright. If you like Indiana Jones, you're not going to like this. Instead of running away from it, I just go over an invisible wall. And I do my best to get to the bottom as fast as possible. Pretty quick and painless segment. Go ahead and turn this platform around. You're going to see a lot of various elements of all the other chapters that we've been through in this game, as we're in some kind of flashback. You'll remember this from Chapter 2. A little bit of Panther offset action. Punch, kick, and punch. Okay, you're not playing nice. You're not playing nice at all. Alright. So I break all the chest open to try to form the key. Breaks the barrier. I'm gonna come here. Perform the skip. No key needed. Let's try that again. Alright. And here we have a enemy so terrible, even Lady Gaga herself tweeted about this enemy. This enemy is called Kinship. I love Kinship. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and reset this. It's so hard to fucking concentrate, man. It's so hard to focus. Alright. I will be right back. Alright, what I actually need to do is do some chapter practice. Because I'm a bit out of practice, and I do want to get... Obviously, this is just commentary focused. I do want the run to be good. Yeah, but like... You know, it's not primary focus. Is life subs going? No. Good. Alright. Let's go chapter 1. $14 evades. 9. Okay. Focus for a little bit. Like, what am I doing there? Get warmed up. Didn't really have time to warm up today, as I normally would before I start doing runs, but that's okay. It's nice to have a small practice of commentary and then just let it digest in my mind. Which I'm thinking about as I'm doing this practice, just to make it as productive as possible. I should probably hide life split for right now. Alright. Here we're going to buy a double damage item that lasts for 15 seconds. I'm going to buy air dodge. So now I'm able to evade in the air instead of only on the ground. I'm going to ragdoll this affinity into all the other enemies. Angel, weapon, cancel. Gonna kill one of these decorations here. Angle my camera in a very specific way to manipulate the AI of the other decorations. Going to kill this flail angel. Every time you see a torture attack performed, that angel will drop their angel weapon. Grab the trumpet. Animation cancel. I even picked that up. Like, I'm so off today. Good God. Okay. Start chapter 2. Lack of practice. Busy week this week. Like, why am I failing that? I actually thought that would catch her. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let me do this. I need to readjust some things so I can better concentrate. Alright. See, like, what am I doing? Alright. I'm gonna start with chapter 5 and just go through. Chapter 5 was actually pretty good during that run. I won't lie. It's not bad. There we go, the one jump. Take a deep breath and concentrate. some parts of my commentary where it's just like, it's a lot of dead air. Because I think I'm talking too fast. But I'm used to talking quite efficiently. Don't really want to use a bunch of unnecessary words. Alright. Really? Ooh, I'm off on that too. Good lord. Yeah, how unlucky. See, but that's not bad. Yeah, that's real good. I like using a yellow here, honestly. Using a yellow here makes no debris hit me on accident. And that shit's random. Like, just die. So, even though I have 2 magic right now, that's fine. Getting Witch Time here will actually give me my 3rd bead of magic. Hello? Excuse me. I need to do some hand warmers. My test is on because they're a bit off. And the wind is being very erratic. Very crisp movement. Uh-oh. It's fine. I have so much available time to me there. Make sure I'm at the right height. Beautiful. Hey, Yuka. What's up? What do you mean hacking? Quickly equip Durga. Gonna be using a little bit of AI manipulation here against John. Shoot her to make her block. She's not cooperating. That's okay. There we go. Pretty good fight. All right. Pretty good chapter 5 all in all. Very minimal time lost there. All right. I'm going for 120 points here on Angel attack. That's okay. Yeah, Afterburner Kick provides you momentum, as does evade spamming out of Panther. No one else knew about this until I found out about it. A good... I think it was like October 2021. Initially, the movement, I used Tetsuzanko, and I was just evade canceling. But that also applies to Stiletto. So you can just Stiletto cancel as well. Also, hello. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, I was trying to show you something really quickly. I bet you didn't know you can pick up angel weapons while you're moving. But you can. A lot of people don't know about that. That's also something I found around that time. Back near the end of 2021. All you have to do is press X as you go over the object. That's it. It's pretty easy. Alright. Messed up the timing there, and that's okay. There we go. Skip that fight with the double inspired. Excuse me? As you can tell, picking up an angel weapon while moving like that's pretty useful. Are you really gonna do this to me? Who was the friend that you watched that speed ran this game? Probably Ace or something, if I had to guess. Ace Chrono. Yeah, I didn't get this to raise a ditch. I'm very rusty today. Took like a week break of practice, but I need to catch up to yes. Oh, Python. Oh, okay. I never really interacted with that person. I was on kind of a hiatus from the Bayonetta community. And they stopped speedrunning as I came back. So I don't really know anything about them. Good lord. Them and Roxy Sakura just disappeared about the same time. Yeah, I have no idea why. I never interacted with that person. I hope it wasn't, like, any bad reason. Like, health issues or anything. Because this game can be very physically demanding. Which is, like, the biggest barrier to entry, sadly. Especially with all the new movement stuff that I found out within, like, the last year and a half. I do have concerns about accessibility when it comes to that. But I also think that's a good thing. Because it shows that there's a pretty high skill ceiling. I've developed a lot of less precise techniques as well. That makes things a lot easier. Oh yeah, I have found a... even just this month, I have found so much. Let me go ahead and show you, Alright, I got something to show you. I do need to practice this stuff as well, so this is productive anyways. So, starting off torturing tack this flail angel. I'm going to carry that into the boss fight with me. Head stomp him to reset his AI. Punch to finish him off at the very end of that combo. Alright. Gonna do jump, uppercut cancels. Kind of unlucky RNG there. He's something to plant. Go ahead and kill that, otherwise it'll hit me. Alright. So jump, uppercut cancels, cool and all, but check this out. If you go right at like the seam, do a panther evade, and then turn to crow form, you can basically go to the base of the tongue. Instead of taking about like 10 to 12 seconds, only takes 4. Which is a pretty massive time save. Do Durga spins to fall down faster. My webcam's covering it, but I'm activating a red right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Use a flail. HP threshold is met. That way he doesn't smash the platforms. A little bit of button mashing. 57 inputs. And we do it again. Right at the seam. Panther evade into crow. And we're there. And in between every single uppercut that you see me do, I'm letting go of lock on, I'm jumping, and then I'm re-engaging lock on and pressing uppercut again. Let me actually turn on my controller overlay. Because it is where my webcam is in normal gameplay and footage that I have in other streams. So I can just, since I don't have live splits on or anything, and put that right there. Activate another red. Thank you. I've spent a lot of time playing this game. Yeah, I messed up because I was on the wrong weapon set. That's okay. I've gotten the run down to a PB potential of like 1 hour 30 minutes. I just need to do all of the strategies that I found correctly and properly. And that will take quite a bit. See, that one I messed up. I jumped on the head slightly too far forward. So it can be pretty finicky. And this last one we do stiletto. Because his iframes, uppercut, jump, cancel, uppercut. That's pretty quick. The lowest fight I've gotten is 316. Injustice used to be like a 350-ish boss. Now here's one that I found about like 2 weeks ago. So, versus Sapientia. Bait out an attack. Break one of the knees. He's gonna hit me, that's fine. I hit one of the knees with the Tetsuzanko. I need to bait out this attack, that's fine. He should do a slam. That's okay. Actually, not okay. He actually hit me with that. Out of practice. As a new strat. Oh, he said breaking the game, my bad. Alright. Not the worst pattern. As long as it doesn't shoot a fireball from the knee, you're good. If he does a range attack like that, it's really good. He's going to do a scripted slam. Range attack. I go ahead and break one knee. He's in an attack animation, so he can't force a dive. Punch, kick, punch, jump, Tetsu. And we break 4 knees. Now, if you play quite a bit of Bayonetta, you know, if you break 2 knees, Sapientia does a very scripted dive animation. Which loses like 15 seconds. If you prep the fight in that way, and get witch time as he's going for an attack, break knee 2, you can then break the other 2 knees. Which completely skips one of the scripted dive animations. Which is really awesome. So that takes Sapientia down to only doing 2 dives during the fight. I do want him to dive pretty quickly here. I'm gonna get Tetsu off. Get close to him, he'll dive. We enrage. Speeds up his animation. Punch, kick, punch. Hit him with Shiraba as he falls. I'm going to lead with a Tetsu here. I'm just doing the jump cancels. Because of the way this game handles stun lag, I already depleted his health bar. Doing Shiraba jump uppercut cancels. Like, that's as fast as it can ever get. So, skip that cutscene. And then you do the typical long range punch kick punch with yellow. So doing that, that takes the fight down from like 350-ish to like 316. That's pretty good. Haven't really found a lot of other stuff. My Fortitudo is pretty quick, which is not bad. You can actually shoot both faces if you get the angle right, which just blitzes through that entire phase just as fast as possible. Invulnerability lollipop. I don't like putting a limit on things, if that makes sense. I don't like trying to approach it for that mentality. But if you have a really good run, there's going to be some RNG factors at play, but I've reduced the RNG for like Stiletto or Tetsuzanko twice. Get magic here. Yeah, fuck that up. It's a little too forward. I'd say like 129 if it's like actually perfect. A high 129. The fall damage does like no damage and takes forever. It slows the game down. And then as you can tell, I can do that much damage if I just land on the ground. If I could fall on the ground faster, that'd be cool. But I don't have like Durga to then spin and hit terminal with Gelosity as fast. Oh yeah. I mean, it does damage. You can do it. There's one specific spot. No, now the world record is 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It'll be like 1 hour 29. And that would be like a god run, super fast menuing, very efficient movement. You're jump canceling everything. No mistakes. All boss fights. As consistent as can be. Not much going on in the rest of the fight. I need to practice my chapter 3. Because even with the movement I'm finding, there's other... efficiencies to make it go even faster. Because you can convert falling momentum into horizontal momentum. Yeah, it's not great. That's fine. Just give me witch time. Go ahead and kill him. You didn't die. You're like 1 HP. Like, even in a spot right here, during that transition, you actually save all your jumps. I lock on the trash can on accident. Lock on to the pot up there. Didn't mean to jump. Accidental afterburner kick. The only issue with like foot climax is that it stores your input. There is input buffering that lasts quite a while in this game, which necessary evil. Because it does let you do like jump punch cancels a lot easier with Sharaba, because it... I need to reset. Because it lets you get tick 2 off, and then you get to do a standing jump PKP. Because in combat, jump PKP acts differently. Advanced combat tech. I mean, I already beat the game on Pure Plat before I started speedrunning. I think that helped me quite a bit. I guess advanced combo tech is like uppercut enemies more, probably. Because you can manipulate the hell out of Joy's, Jean, and Grace and Glory with uppercuts. It makes combat pretty trivial, I won't lie. Yeah, really unlucky. Still testing quite a bit of stuff. That's not worth it. Takes longer than 7 seconds. I'll go someplace open, and I'll show you some stuff. One thing you're probably not doing is jump canceling everything. Standard, on ground. You should be doing that. And then, like, evade, cancel all of your kicks. Because, like, your weaves are autonomous. After you start the animation, even just like this, doing Tetsuzanko, then jump, evading out of it. This is the core basis of it. Just jump canceling it. But just jump evading. And keep in mind, you can not only jump cancel, but afterburner kick jump cancel. Because, I mean, it's a jump and a kick. Also, if you probably didn't know, you don't have to press jump and kick. You can press jump, delay, and then kick. Which gives you so much more height than just afterburner, afterburner. Afterburner, afterburner. And then something else most people don't know. I can go to the wall here. So you actually have, no. Let me go to chapter 9. I'm also treating this as my warm-up. Hello, not serious. How are you? Go ahead and go here. This is a pretty good example. You can do not only, like, you can jump 2 times, right? 2 jumps. 1, 2, 3 if you wall grab. 1 down, 2, or, I gotta get it right in my mind to say it right. 1 up, 2 down, 1 up, 1 up, 2 down. 7 total. Little known fact. So, ledge grabbing resets your downward afterburner kicks, so you actually get 7. If you don't ledge grab, you're stuck with just 5, right? If you grab the wall. If you don't do anything, you only get 2 up and 2 down for afterburners. I use that specifically for this skip here. The traditional skip is I use crow form. That's a bit slow for my liking. Skip is just use crow. That's a little slow. Not a fan of that. So, instead I opt for that movement. Much faster, much more skill expression. The old way I used to do it, I'm using stiletto cancel now, but I used to use Tetsuzanko evade cancels. Oh yeah, I've been practicing that for a good amount of time. All the speedrun skips in the game can be done without crow because of the movement that I found. Because I'm doing stiletto cancel, as you can see here, with my button inputs. But you can just do that with Tetsuzanko, which is what I used to do. Make sure you're holding on to lock on while you're doing that. Otherwise, you can sometimes accidentally set your orientation wrong, and you'll, like, do a side evade. Oh yeah, I'm flying. I fucking love it. I love the movement in this game now. It's so fun. Also, thank you, Not So Serious, for the good luck. I appreciate it. Like, okay. Let me show you. I'm gonna go ahead and land here. These spawns the platforms, right? Let me get here. Long extended afterburner kicks. I can parkour back. Okay, don't do that. And then, like, close my eyes. You can hear my controller. It sounds fucking atrocious. It's so loud. If you have the fingers for it and are comfortable doing the movement, the Tetsuzanko evade cancels are a lot easier, in my opinion. But it has less speed potential than doing the stiletto cancel. And it's just a lot easier. Because, like, I'm just pressing stiletto and evading. You know? I don't have to hold lock on. I don't have to do forward, backwards forward. The only time when, Tetsu Burner is just non-negotiable better is during this Eraser Ditch. You have to do a... It's so hard. I've practiced this for so long. And I can't get it right consistently. Unless I'm warmed up. During Chapter 6's Razor Ditch section. Because the camera's facing you. Yeah. Backward, forward. Tetsuzanko. God, that's so hard. You can do it. God, that's so hard. I have to, like, sit and think about it and then, like, set it up right. Oh, shit. Huh? Oh, for, like, an actual technical breakdown? I need to make videos. I'm still mainly concerned about just, like, getting the speedrun time down. That's my primary focus. Once I get an actual time that, like, on paper, I should be getting. Once I finally get that run that I'm happy with, then I'll make a lot more educational content about all the stuff that I'm doing. But, like, I do have quite a bit of footage. Let me actually grab this really quick. I posted a lot of stuff, not on my main channel, because I don't like bloating things. I find that it'd be kind of obnoxious. But I have this channel, Reclaimer VODs, that I just dump a bunch of clips into. And there's there's a lot here. I would say most of everything is worth looking at. Some of the repeated stuff, like you see me do the Sapientia over and over and over and over with like different examples. It's like Prudence Forney Bayo. Because there were concerns that Bayonetta... Most of this stuff is like speedrun discussions that have taken place, and I'm just posting videos just supplementary content with it. Just so we have a visual example that is like reliable to like point to and talk about. But that's kind of it. As far as what I post for now. I do need to sit down and like, probably on stream, just sit and just make a bunch of videos. Not like actual videos, but like just sit down for like a good 4 hours and just burn through the concepts and then just break it up. I don't know how to edit videos, unfortunately, so that would not be I mean, I wouldn't really do much with like post editing anyways. Kind of a shame, but I don't know how. Right now I do need to warm up, and then I'll do some more commentary practice. Because I've not played the game for most of this week. Right, yeah, same here, ball. They're a breathing bomb. There's so many things where I'm just like, God, I have at least 1.5 terabytes of Bayonetta footage that I don't want to sift through. I try to just break things into a clip whenever it happens and it's noteworthy. And then I just throw it on the VODs channel. Walk left and manipulate AI. That's fine. Alright, we're gonna walk back. Come to me. Bad pattern. I'm too close to him, but that's okay. Bot or AI manipulation, you want to be at a certain distance. And also be walking a certain way. Enemies in this game read your inputs. It's frustrating. Grace Glory, Gracious Glorious, John, Joyce, Balder, all of them read your inputs, and let me match for this one. What am I peeking at right now? 2700 is not bad. They do read your inputs, so They will do certain attacks according to how you're like positioned to them as well. So like right now, as Baldur comes in, I'm going to walk back, and as soon as he gets close to me, I'm going to throw left. Right here, left. He's gonna throw me a side swipe every time. That one is consistent until like the fucking end of time. But like the very start of the fight, I'll go ahead and give an example here. As you spawn in, it's random to where you're standing and where Baldur is standing, which is so annoying. And the camera is not even like on you. So I'm just like holding back. See, like he's too close. He's good distance. But I wasn't holding left when he wanted to attack. Gives me a pretty good attack there, but I was slow to hit him back because I had more stagger frames. Worth practicing. This will be good. I try to think a lot of the enemies in like not a conventional sense. I try to treat them as like players, if that makes sense. Because if you're Baldur and I'm walking left and you have an attack that starts from the side that I'm walking into, from his right arm, which he holds it with, he has a fast side swipe. If you were a player versus player environment, aren't you gonna do your fastest attack? Aren't you gonna do a side slap? No. I'd have to like, I don't know. He's gonna throw me some bullshit here. Approach. Hold left. Really good attack. Yeah, pause screen wouldn't really matter. It's because the game was like... the port's pretty good, but some stuff is finicky. Your actual spawn location in like the beginning of Sea of Stars, it spawns you in the air. So like, you have to fall down. Or you can jump. Same with like the vestibule. You spawn in the air and you fall down. It's like, it makes sense. Part of the cutscene is you're falling from the ground and then the fight starts. So a lot of that is just like based off the cutscene. And your position for the Baldur fight is dynamic for no explainable reason. You and Baldur can be in completely different spots. Hold back. Turn left. Very easy fight. Just have to make sure I don't mess up. It's just messing up the first one can make you take unnecessary damage and then you're out of magic. And ideally I don't want to have to be in that situation, because if I already had to use a purple on Jean, I don't have the resources to deal with Baldur. Which is just, it's so bad. Pretty good RNG on their spawns. Really unlucky by me. Didn't get which time. Doesn't really matter. Not what I wanted there. Okay, Brave, what are you doing, buddy? And punch punch pause kick is an insta-kill. Thank you for witch time. Get the trip here. She couldn't evade or parry because she went to kick me, which is ideal. She either stands there, tries to block. I'm gonna have to evade that. Thank you, enchant. You're gonna roll into that, jackass. So the worst part about Grace and Glory in this game is when they're on stairs, because they don't want to cooperate. Also, you can get hit by that Temperance Punch if you are moving too fast by like evade spamming. Kind of unlucky. He decided to sit there and not attack. Pick up the Angel Weapon as a move. Get a free Tetsuzanko off on whatever this variation's name is. Dismount. Tetsu. He'll stagger. Deal damage will stagger. You can see whenever he decides to attack, because his noodles will, like, reset. Watch him. Right there. They, like, jerk. And then right here, I can just dismount. And the bullets speed up whenever you're off the turret for some reason. I don't know why. Might have Tetsu that. A little sloppy. Yep. Look at the noodles on his hands. That's when you can tell whenever he decides to attack. Otherwise, at all points, he'll just try to punch you. And get you off the gun. Panther evade. Gets you in the right position with one red. Right, let's see if I can ride on the crown. Didn't get it. That's unlucky. I need to practice this one specifically. Because during the Justice fight, I can get it pretty consistently. The skip all the way to the base. I'm not even on the right weapon set. Switch Tetsuzanko. Reds don't deal extra damage with all attacks in this game, like Bayonetta 2, unfortunately. Breathing Bomb. Otherwise, I would just go into the menu and then craft a fucking red and then use it. Oh, that was crispy. Alright. 1 up, 2 down. Switch camera. Bad height after Crow. Lost my momentum. Nice. Got the timing. A little bit of magic for him there. Wait, hang on, let me read that. So, in this game, you can only have 3 lollipops at a time for the small ones in a shop trip. Otherwise, you could just chew them like candy. Like, hold down the button. The game actually limits you on the number you can buy. Get free damage on... Man, really? Barely dropped the bomb too far back. I'm just testing you. That's disrespectful. Thank you. Alright, I need to work on my Panther. So I'm gonna spend some time on the actual walkway. Oh yeah, you can outrun it super fast. The fire doesn't really chase you if you're in the air. It has to know what position you are on the ground to be able to, like, catch up to you. I messed up my momentum. Ugh. Yeah. Jean doesn't have economy restrictions like other like Zero nor Bayonetta. Because I can get like 1.5 million halos off the large fight in Chapter 2. Right at the beginning of the game. Pretty, like, without dedicating time to it. So, like, there's other efficiencies. Hello, Rajoman. Doing warm-up right now. Mess up the movement. Too slow. If I'm doing it right, you'll see me immediately enter Panther, like this. Depends on the height, obviously. Yeah, flying is very fun. Okay. So, the best way to describe it, it takes 2 evades to get into Panther form. That can be a neutral evade into a forward evade, which is just that, to get into Panther. So that means, as you're falling to the ground, one of your evades... Let me also, just for better showcase, I do kind of want to have a no-crow run, but that would require for me to reevaluate how I approach the Jean fight in Isla del Sol. With Crow disabled, I can just spam this, which removes any margin of error. As you can tell. Way easier. So, like, after Jean, I think it's kind of worth it to just quickly menu, turn off Owl Within. If you do the movement right, it should be like 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2 out of Panther and back into Panther. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, like this. And I can only do that because it's slightly elevated. Obviously, you are going up. You're not going down. If you can't do it going down, but 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. And this is like as fast as you can do the Panther evades correctly while getting back into Panther. Me doing like a single evade on the ground is a lot of mobility that's being lost. So not only do I have to time it in the air correctly to not crow when I have it enabled, but I have to do it with the right rhythm to have one of the evades count while I'm falling and be on the ground, and then have the second evade transform into Panther. Which is like a lot. I need to warm up. Get back into the rhythm. Okay. The speed on that is very, very precise and very fragile. Like that. Okay. Every time I do that, man. Fuck. And you can move the camera around, which is very hard to do while using Tatsu Burner. That is what I love about this game. I love how much technical shit there is. That makes this game way more entertaining. Okay, chapter 5. Wake up, brain. And if you reload the chapter, it actually puts you in a different spawn location. If you were to hit load. See? If I'm doing it right, I should only have to jump once. Walk onto Grace here. Not what I wanted. Yeah, let me give you an actual decent example, Yuka. If you do it fast enough, you should be able to chain punches. If you ever see butterfly wings, you've done it like too fast. You're not. It should be like a gallop. I'll get it closer to the mic. I'm doing punch jump. So it's easier to do punch jump punch to get the chain going. Let me actually, hang on. Let me do hand cam really quick. Okay, I don't know how the angle is gonna be. Let me try this really fast. I'm gonna have to. Okay, this is bigger. I can mess with this one. I don't care. Let me. I'll move controller there or something. Okay. I want to make it big enough where it's seen. Let me. Fuck. I gotta. Slide this shit out of the way. God. That's fine. Alright. Most of it is the way that I hold the controller. I am always in claw grip. Let me readjust my light. I'm always doing claw grip. This is how my hand moves. Punch and kick. So like, I'm not holding it like this. My index finger, it's claw grip. That is and I'm using my thumb for punch and kick. It also makes it easier to do stuff like this. Doing like a triple Tatsuzanko jump cancel. I've gotten used to it. Even when I was younger, I used to play Gears of War 3 competitively. And in that game, you press the A button to, like, get into cover. And there was a technique in that game called wall bouncing. So I would have to do my joystick back and forth like this and hit A to go to a wall and then go to a wall and go to a wall. And in a small corridor, you can effectively, like, glide in the center. So, like, I'm just used to this. When I started playing Bayonetta, I did not hold my controller this way. It took a lot of time to get used to jump canceling, so I had to start holding my controller like this. And even doing, like, the Tatsuzanko, this is how my controller looks like. Index finger on the lock-on button, and I'm using my thumb for punch. Middle finger for evade. I'm sure that's very noisy too. Stiletto cancels is pretty easy. Most of the difficulty was like doing Tetsu cancels. Because that shit's hard. Yeah. Hand size does matter. Because, like, even doing this, I can do low ground jump punch cancels. I've not really found a use for this, but, like, you can do it. If you want a certain height, I'm sure it's useful. Actually, yeah, that's a good example. You can technically jump during punch, kick, punch. When normally, that would be the issue. If you do a low ground jump punch cancel, yeah. So doing that. Can't really do it with Shiraba. Just doing a jump into a punch evade, which puts me on the ground. There's also bullet cancels. Hang on. Let me do... This is probably easier. It's been a minute since I did it. You see me stand up. That's because I'm holding the shoot button. This one also actually lets you do a faster punch, kick, punch. Because it cancels the in lag. Here's the default. Hang on. Still waiting. Still waiting. But if you hold punch, or shoot, it'll actually end that end lag with the shoot. The faster combo for that, punch, punch, pause, kick. Chains into itself. There's some attacks that chain into itself, like punch, 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 kick. You can end the attack animation with just the punch, starting the combo again. Yeah, that's about it. No, I need to I need to fix everything now. I think I have like normal size hands, I guess, like pretty average. I do have quite a bit of like that's a muscle right there. My hands are pretty muscular because I just do this shit all day. So there's an actual defined muscle right there. Not so much there. Don't have any reason for it to be low. But right there, that's a muscle. Got muscles right there in between. Alright, I need to fix all this. I do want to do handicam content for like questions like that. Because it's very hard to visualize what I'm actually doing. I've spent so much time like theory crafting and actually putting things into practice that a lot of people haven't like dedicated the same kind of time into. I do have to like stretch my hands out just to like make sure my hands are healthy. With proper care, you shouldn't be in pain. If you're in pain, stop doing what you're doing. That's typically how it goes. But I do use double compression sleeves. I use compression gloves, which I put underneath compression sleeves. And I usually wear that when I'm like at work in the office, which is helpful for recovery if I go a little too hard during practice during the weekend. Alright, I need to... How the fuck did I have this? I don't remember. Alright. A little bit to the side. About like that. I need to fix the light. I don't look like a ghost. Oh yeah, of course. I need to do more hand cam stuff. I know the only hand cam thing I've really done... I mean, I did a run, but it was like a 1 hour 38.50 something. Over like 8 months ago. I did that one. But like a lot of the strats I'm doing are dated. Oh yeah, of course. I try to sit in just like Theorycraft, because I move my hand all over my controller. If you can read currently with the Steam overlay underneath the 817, I have 844 total hours on the Steam version, which is not that much compared to a lot of other people. I won't lie. Yeah. I am fearful of getting or developing tendonitis just from doing like this shit. That is kind of a concern of mine. I mean, we'll see how life treats me. Hopefully I'm in good health. I hope I am, right? Actually, oh no, that was the scene, wasn't it? No, this is not the scene. This one. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully I don't develop health issues. That's like my biggest concern. It's very likely. But like, when it came to Bayonetta 3, that's why a lot of the jump cancels that I was doing was like pretty easy, because I was already moving my hand on the controller like that. Like the baseline jump cancels, I was like, I want to do that. That's fun to me, and I'm just used to it. And then like the spin kick jump cancels as well. I mean, with the way I hold my hands, it's just like, yeah, I can do that. Pretty natural at this point, because I already committed the time into practicing that kind of muscle memory. And even if it was a bit slower, I think I would like practice to. I would like practice doing that. It's good practice, in my opinion. You never know whenever certain things can come in handy, right? I mean, that's the same for a lot of games, right? I think games should be your playground. Games should be fun. It's the only reason why I've played so much Bayonetta. Very good lineup. Unlucky. I canceled my jump. Also is a good example. By the way, I mean, I'll play Bayonetta Origin. I don't know if I'll run it. I'm not really a speedrunner. I just like Bayonetta 1. Bayonetta 3 is okay. Okay, let's see if I can do this without it being a pain. Alright. Okay, cool. So, when it comes to like, what's it called? Spin kick? I don't have a view. I already have my hands like this, so I can just do like, fuck. How do I do this? I'll move my mic, whatever. I'll just show on the webcam. The jump, spin kick, cancel. It's like a very specific offset rhythm, if that makes sense. And you can, on rhythm, speed it up as I showed. It was really cool. And I have deliberately practiced that just for the vestibule and like chapter 2 on the rare occasions where the applaud is like right next to the wall, which I can just annihilate them. And also the Grace and Glory initial fight. Is my... There we go. Yeah, the initial Grace and Glory fight, where you have to do the neutral evade backwards. I didn't walk forward while I was falling. We have to do a spin kick into them. I'm forgetting which time. See, like, how unlucky, right? I do one kick to hold him in place, and he still doesn't cooperate. If you don't hit him dead on, he'll do that. He's in the air. Even if I don't hit him with that, I can snatch him. Well, I am not playing Bayonetta 2. If you stare at the ground, they will float to you because they want to walk into the field of vision, which is on the ground. Also, that was really cool. I did the Patrick Star Ragdoll into a jump kick. See if I can get it here. So what you can do is cancel the animation completely of the... This is something that I'm practicing and I want to perfect. You can cancel the animation of the ragdoll if you hit evade at the right time. It's so precise. You'll see it when you see it. There. God damn it. Okay, let me just kill him. This is the only mechanic in this game that I know of and I haven't mastered yet. Don't think about it. God damn it. It's so hard. Okay, let me reset it. I have a video on my VODs channel. It's called Patrick Star Ragdoll. If you want to see, like, back-to-back examples of it. It's just so hard to do. I'm actually glad I did that. Into like a... God damn it. Okay, I'm overthinking it. There's very specific timing to it. God. Nope. Yeah, like, I can't even do it consistently. That's how rest I am on it. And every time I shoot to interrupt my hand climax, it's to reset. Still no. Go ahead and kill these to free up the spawns for the affinities. There we go. You see that? Oh my god. It's so hard. You can also do a punch while jumping. It's very precise as well. This game is weird idiosyncrasies like that. I have video of it. Thankfully. Yeah, it's so hard. So there will always be more to this game. Yeah, I suck at it. As far as I'm concerned, there will always be more to do. This game will never be solved. The only reason there's games like Ocarina of Time that have so much shit that has been found, it's because there's been so many different people throwing themselves at the game and finding various things. And I believe that every game is like that for the most part. It just takes hours upon hours of just trying various things to find stuff out. Like even there, I'm doing jump punching at a very low ground angle to immediately put me back on the ground instead of dealing with the falling animation. And the animation pickup for the angel weapon. Messed up the jump though. Yeah, I love AO1. Game's wonderful. Too far. Oh, barely got it. Like even there I don't have to move. I can just hit punch and then cancel it with shoot. Alright. I'm gonna go until the end of chapter 3. One small red. Air dodge. The way you enter is the way that you exit the shop. Let's grab that. Just to flex. Really weird cluster there. Go ahead and kill him. Stagger him. Bye. Excuse me? You're 1 HP. Okay, now I have a left side spawn, which I'm not in favor of. I kill one of the decorations to free up the spawn pool, so the trumpet affinity falls down into the pole. Would you attack that? Oh yeah. You can do it while above the angel weapon. You'd never have to hit the ground, actually. See? Didn't touch the ground. Traditional jump cancel. Oh, this is bad. Because we don't have afterburner kick, I can effectively press the afterburner kick input, which is just jump kick, jump kick. Faster QT if you do not mash. And then this right here, you can spam twice. Pick it up, frame one. Very specific setup. Bad RNG. Fortitudo can miss, unfortunately. Not too bad. Less mashing if you do punch, punch, pause kick. Because punch, punch, pause kick against Beloveds hits them in their core. Instead of PKP. Super fast kill. Still isn't missing, yeah. Start up high. And then you can only do the climax animation when you're outside of an animation and on the ground. Alright, warm-up's okay so far. Also, all 4 medals load at the same time if you hit right trigger. At the end of every verse. You can do that consistently. A lot of things. Very specific timing you have to get to John too. Jump punch cancel. Obviously it's faster in the air. By the way, if you ever hear me just mashing the trigger at the end of every verse, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make all the medals load at the same time. Because otherwise, like, in that situation, you're just stuck waiting for the medal animation to finish, and then the game starts loading. A lot of situations like that. Camera manipulation. They didn't clump like I wanted, but it did cause the applaud to get closer to me, which is fun. I'm gonna reposition him over here because I need to be in a certain position to have the spawns work out like this. Don't you dare. Torture attack here. I'm gonna land on the ground and immediately taunt as he's spawning. At which time? Alright. So, watch my combo. I could farm for more, but I don't need to. You motherfucker. Alright. Quick and easy, almost 1 mil. Which sets up for, like, all the economy. I try to bounce myself into that. Spin kick setup. Yeah, that's another part where I wanted to learn how to spin kick low ground really quickly. And that's one of the fights that does not reset your position as you exit it. So I can actually stay in the air, and then I get all my jumps reset. God damn it. Punch, punch, pause, kick twice. Deals the most damage. I get a punch, punch, pause, kick again. Kill this beloved, which gives me enough time to taunt this other beloved and give me like 70,000 or 700,000 combo at the end of this. It'll be a little bit off because I didn't get the bow kill. Tap taunt. He's in that animation. And then free combo. Yeah, that didn't hit him as many times as I like. Just fine, but I get a shit ton of combo here. Yeah, of course. Hope you have a good one at Yuka. A little bit more variance than I'd like with some of the Halo strats. Because, like, I can end here with, like, 300,000. The Halos that you get are just, like, remove 1 decimal point from your combo. And that's how much you get at the end of after the end of fights. Can I spin kick you? I can against the gate. That's cool. Pick it up during that transition. Also, that is also one of the ones where it doesn't put you on the ground. So you can end in the air and then have your jumps restored. You see me do that mostly in Chapter 5. Don't want witch time. Loses time. Waiting for the next phase. Prepping the Wicked Weave for the most damage. Perfect time. And then because I've... Damn it. While I'm doing, if I do enough of a low ground spin punch for hand climax, I can actually transfer that into foot climax. But I have to do it right. Spam the right trigger. Pretty decent chapter 2. The big arena fight was like kind of whatever. Could be like 5, 6-ish faster. No biggie. Also, the menu in this game does have input buffering, as you can tell. While you're waiting for it to rotate, I've already done the input. There we go. Miscounted. It's kind of sloppy. Yeah, I need to stop doing that. It's gonna lock on the bench. That's okay. Let's see. You're such an asshole. Despite being in a stagger animation, he conveniently gets out of it. Whatever. Conveniently gets out of it to then evade whenever he's completely staggered. Like, alright. Please. No purple. Don't need it. I mean, I kind of do, actually. So bad. Okay. Something I need to practice. I'm like right here as it starts. I have to aim it into the shop, but not too close. Because if I aim it like forward, it's gonna fly me into the benches, which is so frustrating. I'm too far forward because I'm right here. Yeah. So aggravating. Then I'm too close to the wall. I hate this shit. I think I just kind of give up on the variance of that one. It's such a micro efficiency. It's just like, man, who fucking cares? There's so much room for error. Time save is very marginal. Oh my god. Okay. Don't be like that. Should be threshold. Jump cancel out. Just flex. Perfect. Look at that. I got stuck under the sign. Love that. Then I had to deal with the lag of the beloved actually dying. Okay, I'm gonna actually jump Tetsuzanko because I got a butterfly there. Okay, get the time right. It's fast enough, can't be mad at that. Oh my god, I don't know where I'm gonna land. That works out. Manual stilettos, if I do a lock on stiletto, it'll reverse me. because those affinities are still alive. Going pretty well. Start off with that with the Tetsu. Trying to use the fountain to break line of sight to make him teleport to me like that. Did it a little later than I would like. Perfect. Not as fast as I like. I can get them to clump faster, but that's not too bad. Alright, so there's so many ways I can do the lava skip in chapter 3. The most consistent one is using Tetsu Zonko, using Tetsu Burner. There's an afterburner into Tetsu Zonko evade cancels, but like, it's not as fast as Stiletto Cancel. Stiletto Cancel has way more potential. It's kind of fighting that. Yeah, I fucked that up twice. Manual Stiletto twice, otherwise it'll lock on to the affinities behind me. Alright. Not the fastest, but that's okay. Diagonal. Not the best angle. Please. Mess up the timing. That's fine. Alright. I need to practice 9 and 10 right now, honestly. Also, Rivet Tuner has been on too long, so it is actually lowering my game down to 59 FPS instead of limiting it at 60, which is a really cool fun feature that Rivet Tuner has for no good reason. Okay, so I need to reset Bayonetta, actually, because I'm at 59. That's so unfortunate. Alright.
Sega.
There we go. Do a little bit of 9 and 10. Okay. Ignore that. I menu too fast. And it ate my input. And I could close the game. All right. Get off. Get away from it. Just let me have this. Yeah. All right. This is why we need to practice. This is why we need to practice. Just look at that. Much better. Satisfactory, even. Okay. Still need to grind that one out a little bit. I can do it on occasion. I just have to be really warmed up to get that one right. The lag. Yeah. Not happy with my chapter 9 right now. Goodbye. Nice. Got on the ledge. I mean, witch time. God damn. I hate kinship, bro. Wait. I never once sat and thought about... Okay. Cool, man. And the rockets are going to come back and try to hit me. From underneath the platform. I need full magic. So what if I go to that kinship first? I never really sat and thought about that one. Okay, that hit me, whatever. I need to relearn the kinship fight. I'm barely off with my movement. That's like about the same time, honestly. Except that one's moving, and I have to evade the rockets. Yeah. That one's hard to beat. Go ahead and shoot those. So close. Thank you. Didn't mean to go into Crow. Otherwise, that's fine. I do want magic. Didn't really get that much. Let's stiletto into the next chapter. It's an okay. Messed up the key section really bad. Messed up the Indiana Jones section. Still like an overall pretty good time in like the one shot. If I don't reload. It's still okay. Alright. I'm gonna do chapter 10 and then I'm gonna take a quick break. And this spawns you into the air. Wow. Thank you. I can't do anything until the medals go away. Fall in the right spot. Reset stick to neutral so it doesn't run me into the wall. There's also one of the fights that does not reset your aerial position, but it resets your jump counter. Why are you doing that to me, man? And now he's far away. He has a very low probability of trying to immediately punch. Don't want that. 5-second time loss. Hold Shirabo while we go into Panther. Get a little bit of magic. Perfect rhythm. Imperfect rhythm. Stare at the ground. Staring at the ground so Glorious doesn't try to hit me. Now this fight's all fucked up. Okay, not bad. I got agreeable AI. There we go. Not a bad CS stars. Pretty good. Okay. I'll practice 12. And then the 4 kneecap. Down, take a break. If I didn't do the second Tetsu, that would have been really clean. Come on. Goodbye, momentum. Undesirable AI. It's fine. I didn't walk fast enough away from her. If you're walking away from her, whenever she comes in, she will launch a uppercut weave you. And she will always take damage. She cannot evade out of that attack. So, that's a free hit confirm. Didn't happen there. Bro, come on. He crab walked around that Durga bomb. Two bombs into a Onyx Blast to the face will kill the Affinity. I'm gonna put her down here. I will have the camera work against me here. So facing the camera, stiletto, hit the other thing. Yeah, I think I win that one. I think Jean wins the Jean versus Jean, right?
What a day!
Yeah, Jean wins that one. I also need to make sure that I go into this chapter with magic. Otherwise, I cannot get the Fortney off. That's a pretty big time loss if I don't. I aim for the back left knee. Why are you giving me this AI, bro? That's good. That's good. Lock on. Hit that knee with Tetsu. He's going to do a slam. Now I know his AI. He's going to do a range attack again. Please hit me. Nice. I accidentally... Okay, I got it. Broke knee 3 and knee 4. We completely skipped the scripted dive. Okay, that's all I wanted. Okay, I need a break. Alright. So, I will be back. And... The camera's off a bit. Yeah, it's off. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 10-ish. Give or take. BRB. Alright, much better. Need to practice chapter 5 a bit more. Should be good. Yep. Yeah, so I didn't spin. A little off to the side there. Manual stingers, otherwise, well, stilettos. Otherwise, it'll 180 you. Because it'll try to lock onto the affinities behind you. Oh yeah, double claw drop if you kill him simultaneously. Jumps are reset. So I just use Sharaba to hold myself in that position in the air. Because you can stay in the air for 7 seconds with press hold Sharaba in air. Oh, come on. Thank you. And here we hit terminal velocity. Don't want to go too far because I already messed it up. Use a lag of the Sharaba Tetsu. So I can actually do a low ground PKP. Jump cancelled, of course. And you can also do that with the lag of PBKP. Hello? Pixels, man. Let's restart that. Ah. Perfect angle, perfect timing. And then I mess up there. I am trying to do this without camera manipulation, because I do want to get a quick kill. Yeah. My Tetsu didn't even hit. Risky. Doesn't work at all the time. Probably not worth doing, considering. Definitely not worth. There we go. Using the lag of Tetsuzanko is really important for getting a low ground PKP. I used to hate the lag. I felt like it limited me, but the real secret is using the lag to get off certain attacks that you normally can't. Ideally, I do not want to kill with a sharp weapon. Otherwise, they have a 7-second bleed out animation. Very specific setup right here. No, too high. I keep messing this up, and I'm not happy about that. Okay. Yeah, too high. Okay. Start low. And I have to be high enough to not lock onto the gargoyle right there. Much better. So I need to practice that. Didn't get the Tetsu off. Because I wanted to lock me onto Grace. I mean, Glory. They're on the wall. Got him. Thank you. Good lord. Get the quick kill. No Malphus killing animation. Perfect. Drop to 1. A little too low. Not bad though. Get Durga. Fly so fast, I go all the way over here. The Inspired despawns while still on screen. Super funny, honestly. Okay. Yeah, manipulation. My shoot didn't go off. That's okay. So got her on a good cycle. You can force her to block bullets. If you force her to block bullets, then she'll stand still and eat the hit. It also sometimes, if you're fast enough, will let you hit with like a Tetsuzanko. Shiraba mainly is better. Quite a bit of variance though. If you're not superly on point. Oh my god. The thing you actually want to aim for is at the bottom of the cross and then the crosshair, like where the ring is. That's where your bullet actually goes. Like you can double hit that. That's how you hit them in the head. Because their heads are like drooping down. Okay. I'll go ahead and do just some practice commentary. Not gonna be a great run. Kinda tired. But we'll see. Get this out of here. Give me that. There we go. Not the best layout, but like I don't really give a shit. I'm not a full-time streamer. Who cares? All right, this is good. I have notes, but I don't want to reference them right now. All right. Oh, all right. Okay. RNG is gonna be whatever. All right, so time starts now. So this is gonna be an auto scroller segment, so can't really make this go faster. I can actually slow it down if I take damage or do a spin attack, so won't be doing that. But Bayonetta is a hack and slash game. So combat is comprised of punches and kicks. You have a combo system, so something like a punch, kick, and then a punch is a combo. In this run, I'm playing as Jean, not Bayonetta. So things are a little bit different. Because I'm playing as Jean, she takes double damage from attacks as a trade-off, but she has infinite evades, and she does 50% more damage with Wicked Weaves. Wicked Weaves are these big hands and feet that you're seeing in combat that I summon near the end of my combo. These are more so like finisher moves, but most of the combat I do will rely on getting to those attacks as fast as possible. So with Jean, there's quite a bit of quirks when it comes to like defensive play. You need to be very careful because you take double damage, but in this game there's a mechanic called Witch Time. If you evade right as soon as you're about to get hit as Bayonetta, you will activate Witch Time. So Jean, on the other hand, as a trade-off for her dealing more damage, can only get Witch Time reactionarily, so you have to evade when you get hit. I'll give you an example right here. Let me move out of the way. That is how I get Witch Time. I turn into a bunch of moths and just dissipate. Getting Witch Time with Moth Within is the only way I can get Witch Time as Jean, other than using accessories. So there's extra difficulty factor at play here, because there's a lot of crucial moments where you want to get Witch Time to deal as much damage as possible and not allow the enemy time to actually respond to you, because time does slow down when you get Witch Time in most of all segments in the game. There's one of the few examples where you actually cannot slow down time, and rightfully so, because this is an auto scroller segment.
Their victory was short-lived.
We do have a sneak peek in the background of a future boss. His name is Fortitudo. You'll be seeing more of him pretty soon, so don't worry. Almost done with this segment. And then we're going to jump into a section of the game where I actually don't have access to Wicked Weaves, and that's okay. There's a different fighting technique that we use, where I will run up to an enemy, uppercut them, and then grab them out of the air and kick them into each other. We call that technique the ragdoll technique, and you'll see a little bit of that pretty soon, don't worry. here we are, into the vestibule. Walk up, uppercut, ragdoll. So the cool thing about Bayonetta is that if you knock an enemy into a wall, it does damage to them. This means that you can knock angels not only into each other, but also into a wall, and it will do massive amounts of damage. Okay, so the enemies that I'm killing are called affinities. Here's an introduction to another enemy type called decoration. They're a flying enemy, so I look at the ground to manipulate their AI. Doing so causes them to want to run into where my field of view is. So I can cause them to chase me, which is really cool, because that means I can set myself up to being able to kill all of them as soon as possible, and kill the other enemies that are spawning in. So you'll look underneath my green health bar in the top left. I have another resource meter called a magic meter. Those little orbs, if I have that completely maxed out, I can come here like this and torture attack this angel, depleting his whole health bar really quickly. We're going to do that quite a few times within the run. Most of them are very deliberately used to retrieve an angel weapon. You'll see that more later on. Alright, so this next section, I'm going to need full magic to execute 3 separate torture attacks. That is an unfortunate bug there where I'm stuck in the air, and I cannot cancel out of the torture attack animation. That's okay. That's why we try to torture attack them in the air. Alright, there is that. Pretty quick chapter. Skip a few cutscenes. Yeah, I don't have controller mapping on right now, because I want to have this to be like more digestible commentary. So I apologize. I don't want to cover too many elements on screen. Alright. Introduction to something called Angel Attack, which will appear at the end of every chapter, but we're not doing that right now, so press A 7 times and then cancel out of it. Alright, so moving on to chapter 1. You're going to see me being able to evade as much as I want come into play here for movement. And in this game, when you see me spray bullets, that indicates that I am holding an attack button. So what I did right there was press and hold punch, press and hold kick, and then press and hold punch again, which sent out that hand. Also, fun fact, with angel weapons, you can actually cancel the animation of walking up to it and picking it up if you do it while moving. You can actually do it above the angel weapon in the air. First skip of the game, I traverse over the water lake instead of just going through a fight and activating witch time to walk on it. Saves quite a bit of time, good 30 seconds. Alright, so coming up, we're going to have our first shop trip of the game. I'm going to be buying a double damage item that lasts for 15 seconds, and I'm going to buy a technique called air dodge. Air dodge will let me be able to, well, kind of self-explanatory, but that means I can evade in the air now. Which opens up a lot of combat and mobility potential. Grab that. Walk up to this angel. Do a little ragdoll. Take care of that one. Use the animation cancel pickup on the angel weapon to get in position on that applaud. New enemy type. Kill the decorations just so that frees up the spawn pool of the flail affinity. Torture attack this one because I want his mace. I should say flail. Consistency. Alright. Goodbye, little trumpet boy. Applaud got me off screen. That's okay. A little bit of jump cancel action. Pick that up. And then we have an introduction to the enemy Beloved. Say goodbye to him because he's a weak spot on his back, and he's done. We're not done, though. We have a wonderful friend called Gamora. He's pretty hungry. And he finishes off the Beloved for us. So, with the Beloved dead, he drops an axe on the ground, which we're going to pick up. We want this thing. We're going to take this to the end of the chapter where you'll see how useful using certain angel weapons in certain fights can be. Ignore those because we don't need to fight them. Flashback cutscene. Hello, Fortitudo. A little bit of RNG here. He can miss like that. But we get witch time because the fireball hits us directly. A little too high on that one, buddy. Dead on. So the technique that I'm doing is I'm doing a spin punch, which allows me to continuously mash the button and spray a bunch of bullets from my hands and feet. Doing a punch punch pause kick here to deal good damage to him as he's spawning in. And if I deplete his health bar before he does a second slam, he will only do one. And then he will throw the bridge and progress the fight. Alright, so here comes the axe into play here. The Beloved's not done with us. I'm going to use the axe here to quickly kill him at the bottom of the stairs. And here we are at the very top of the staircase. If you kill him fast enough, you skip that entire segment where he will slowly break the staircase and try to fight you on the top platform. Summon our good friend Gamora and take care of him. Easy peasy. And that'll be the end of chapter 1. So, the game is going to get progressively faster in the next chapters. So, there's going to be a lot to pay attention to. In chapter 2, the game's going to immediately open up into a boss fight with the character you've seen quite a bit of already. So, that will be fun. She can be quite hard to deal with, that's for sure. But we do have a very particular strategy we use. Flashback cutscene. And our enemy is Jean. Using that combo, as long as you time everything correctly, on rhythm, you'll be able to infinitely juggle her and take her out pretty quick. Otherwise, she will run around and just evade you as much as you can. Introduction to a new mechanic called Witch Walk. The moon was out, so we can walk on walls. But didn't last long. Moon's already gone. Activate that statue for witch time. Go through the gate. Alright. So, I have full magic. So I want to torture attack this flail affinity. Camera manipulation to get the affinities to stack. Spin kick against the wall. Completely obliterates him. And I do want full magic here again. So I will be picking this up. Torture attacking the bow applaud. Taunt the Beloved here. Get witch time. Activate this red and look at my combo in the top right. So even though the item I got actually gives you double damage, I don't buy it for that reason. I bought it to get 1.9 million halos there. Just, or 1.9 million combo off that fight alone, which gives me 191,000 halos. Here we have an introduction of a not so fun enemy called the Enchant. All we do is spin kick, confuses them, pick them up and throw them into each other. And I brought the bow from the last fight so I can come here and take them out pretty quickly. I'm staring at the ground to deactivate their AI so they don't roll around and be a nuisance. And, you know, game's pretty quick, so here we are fighting another beloved. He's not happy. He's calling in reinforcements. Let's see how this does him. So, the bad news is for this beloved, friendly fire is on, and his buddy took care of him for me. Ooh, we have bad aim today. That's okay. I get witch time. Using this axe, I deal all of his health really quickly. Taking him out, and we've seen this before. We know how this is gonna go. And this is the second and last quick time event, the big button prompt that you see on screen. That is actually slower if you mash. Alright, so here we have another LP record. We can turn the record into the shop and get a weapon out of it. Spray bullets to stagger the other applaud. Torture attack that one. This guy can't really make up his mind on where he wants to be. He's just getting fumbled all around. Pick up the angel weapon because I will need it. Alright, so we're going to church. We're not alone. Fortitudo is back again, and he's not happy. No big deal. Brought the angel weapon with me, dealing massive amounts of damage in progressing this fight to the next phase. I've already done so much damage where any other damage will not progress the fight until now. Kick him in the face, spray a bunch of bullets, and here we have the old era 2009-2010 game design of a quick time event that kills you if you miss it. Relic of the past. There's quite a few of those in this game. You'll see when they come. Ending chapter 2 pretty quickly. Have a bunch of halos, so I am now going to opt for a shop trip. I have a few things on my grocery list, so. Also, a 3:39 is amazing time. So this is going really well. Also, if you want to know how many halos I got from a chapter, you can take off 1 0. And then that'll tell you how many I got based off my combo score. Good rule of thumb to gauge things by. Alright, chapter 3 shop trip time. We get our 2 items, shotgun and a sword. Onyx roses and Shiraba, respectively. I buy all the consumables I could ever want. I buy Stiletto, Tetsuzanko, and Afterburner Kick. Activate this fight. Inventory management. So the red lollipops make me deal double damage. The small ones are 15 seconds, and the big one is 60. The yellow lollipops give me invulnerability when I activate them. 15 and 60 respectively as well. We count to 10 here. Take out all the flaming affinities. If you touch them, they hurt you. They're not fun. Stay in the air. And then we have the introduction of some of the fun movement tech that's in this game. You'll see plenty of it. Don't worry. I lock onto a vase above my head and fly across the screen as you saw. We also have a fun enemy called Fairness. Goodbye. We don't like you around here. You're not nice. Now the last we'll see of him. Activate Invulnerability Lollipop. So I'll need it right here. Go through that lava spout. So, the movement that you're seeing me do makes me fly across the screen, and it's a combination of the techniques that you just saw me buy in the shop. It's a combination of using the Afterburner kick, which is a rising or descending kick off of my jump. A movement called Stiletto, which is this attack right here. Looks like that respectively. And then I have another movement with Tetsuzanko. Let's not worry about that one for now. We have a double fight with Fearless and Fairness here. Or Fairness and Fairness. Ideally, we kill the enemies without a bleed out animation, because that means that they don't have to wait 7 seconds to die and fully despawn. Alright, so after this quick time event, I will go through a small corridor, and there will be a massive lava lake. So going over the lava lake skips about 3 minutes of back and forth, 3 separate fights, and just a lot of moving around. And I do that with a movement that you've seen me do a little bit so far, which is using a Afterburner kick to gain mobility. Using the momentum I gain from Afterburner kick, I will use a Stiletto, and then I will evade out of the animation, which stalls my position in the air, but lets me fly across the screen. Alright, and here you'll see it showcased. I'm gonna fall for this one, because using that momentum that I get from falling actually gives me more horizontal mobility. That's okay, we'll try it again. The timing is very strict. Alright, and we get there pretty quickly. Like I said, that saves a good 3 minutes. And the fun news about this movement, you can do it up and alongside things. So, you're going to hear this a lot for the rest of the run. The movement has gotten to the point where the entire run is very interesting, and the run's kind of broken up into like room-sized segments of trying to efficiently go through certain areas as fast as possible. There is a ton of margin for error for a lot of these things, I won't lie, but the ability to fail makes it that much better whenever you succeed. Angel attack, we will do it one time during the run at chapter 5, so that'll be in the near future. And we're moving on to the Colosseum. None other than Fortitudo is here waiting for us. Our first boss fight with a large angel enemy. We go ahead and knock him down. A lot of button mashing. We deal a tremendous amount of damage really quickly, progressing the fight. And Fortitudo is very angry. He's going to sit on the ledge of the Colosseum and spit fire at us. So I activate an Invulnerability Lollipop, which gets me as close to him as possible. A little bit more than I wanted, but that's okay. I'll showcase again on the other part of the fight. We grab his head and throw him into the center of the arena. And then we have a fun little quick time event. The more you mash, the more damage you deal. So here we are. If you want to know how many button presses it is, divide the number where it says TA by 5. Every input is 5 buttons. Alright, with full magic, I'm going to use 2 Tetsuzankos here. That's 2. Got the timing on that. Let's get witch time. Do good damage. Knock him down. Reach the HP threshold really quickly, where he picks his head back up and goes to perch again. Alright. Let's get a little bit of magic out of you by taunting. We do it correctly this time. Using an invulnerability lollipop where I don't take damage from the fire, I can fly directly to his head and grab him as soon as the game lets me. Not so many mashes on this head. This one goes faster. $97 there. Alright, so Fortitude is not really having a good day. Just the heads left. Well, one of them, I guess. Probably forget RNG. We get there. Come back, buddy. I miss you. Let's wait for him to finish his attack. And there we are. So, Fortitudo, my friend, we are not done with you. We have a really nice team in front of our own Malphus. Isn't he cute? It's pretty hungry. Bye-bye, Fortitudo. It was nice knowing you. Alright, so now we are moving on to one of the hardest chapters in the whole game. Chapter 5, The Lost Holy Grounds. There's going to be a lot of very quick introductions to different enemy types here. So, more of the movement showcased. Alright, here we have Grace and Glory. Get Witch Time here. We'll go ahead and kill Glory first. He's the one with the red claws. Because we want his drop. This is the strongest angel weapon in the game in most situations. And you will see why very shortly. Alright, yet another introduction. You skip it though. So, one is a fire dog and one is a lightning dog. Fairness is the fire one and Fearless is the lightning one. Take them out pretty quickly, using a consumable item, the red lollipop, to deal double damage with the Grace Claws. Using the charge kick attack, you can just completely eviscerate them. And it's nighttime now because I turned a dial. Welcome to the Lost Holy Grounds. Falling down and evading. I hit Terminal Gelosity. Locked onto a rock there, not great. But that's okay. Dispatch Grace and Glory very quickly. And here we have an also great enemy called Harmony. You're not going to see much of them. I apologize. They're really cool though. Really cool looking. Alright, so what you're seeing me collect is a LP piece. The LP is how you get an item in the shop. You turn it into Rodon, and we are collecting what is typically optional because we want the weapon that it will give us. It is one of the strongest of the two weapons in the game that we will go out of our way to collect. We have an introduction to an enemy called the Ardor. Don't see him for long. Rest in peace. Alright. A little bit of gravity manipulation going on there, and we fall up the tower. Yet another Grace and Glory fight. Okay. So I'll have enough magic for an upcoming fight here, because I will get my third orb off of the statue. Give me Witch Time. Those. Alright. And that is the last piece to complete the record. Enemy introduction. This enemy is called Inspired. Swat him out of the air with the Tetsuzanko. Use a claws with a red lollipop, and he's dead. So, getting up to the top of that arena super quickly and killing the enemy really quickly allows us to actually skip a 30-second animation of summoning Malphus and consuming the worm. We come to the shop trip to get the weapon Durga. I'll be equipping those very, very shortly, and you will see how powerful they are. Yet another Inspired. We don't care about you. I'm flying across the screen, I don't care. So I actually move so far, so fast, that it despawns the Inspired while he's technically on screen, which is really funny. Also, sneak peek to an upcoming boss. His name is Temperance. Activate Durga. Equip that really quick. And here we have yet another Dawn fight. Shoot her to manipulate her AI, but she's not really playing fair right now. So, if you blinked, there's 2 health bars gone. Just like that. Also, a cutscene that I skip is I now have the ability to turn into a panther. It's called Panther form, respectively, but I'm playing Jean, which means I can actually turn into a lynx. Lynx. It functions the same way, but it is called something different. Alright, first time we're playing Angel Attack. I'm going for 90 points here, because I need a weapon that costs 30 each. Consumable item. If I get really lucky, I can get 120 and get 4 of them. Our friend is not going to spawn until I kill one. That's okay. We don't need it. We have backup strats available. So, I buy 3 magic flutes. Magic flutes are an item that deal a tremendous amount of damage to basically everything on screen. We'll be using that for very specific setups and segments. Alright, so we're going to go for our second shop trip here. Gates of Paradise. Going to buy all the consumables that my heart desires. And right here, now we have the option to turn into a crow. For Jean, it's actually an owl, which is really cool. But Bayonetta has a crow form. New movement option unlocked, where I can turn into a panther evade out of it really fast and fly across the screen. Goodbye, little trumpet boy. You're gonna see me turn into a lynx quite often now. Ooh, okay, let's try that again. Alright, so that is a skip right there. That saves a good minute. It skips a double inspired fight in a little platforming section. Knock him into the bomb. Really cool. Stare into the wall so they don't jump on me. So you've thought one grace and glory was hard enough. That gives you 4. Alright, so we have an introduction to another character. I am keeping her off screen right now, but I will show you. There is a little creature in the dome. Not a creature, I wouldn't say it's a fair word to say, but it's a child. Her name is Cereza. She was lost and wandering the halls, and, you know, what else are you to do but to protect someone that needs help? Go ahead and finish off this fight pretty quickly. Alright, so, another large skip right here. We leave the poor little child behind. Okay, I didn't. Alright, never mind. So we're going to try to protect the child from the beloved here, who is trying his best to capture her. She's a little clumsy, so she'll fall on occasion, but that's okay. Almost there. She will trip and fall completely at random. Alright, and we get through that section and go into this ominous gate. This gate leads us to Paradiso, which is the heaven dimension. And jump around and let Fearless and Fairness just implode. Set up our combo here. We store that for a punch, kick, punch into a Tatsuzanko. Tatsuzanko's going to tick him again, do more damage, and he is gone. Really quick fight. And he has little Cereza in his mouth, so... Who other is best to help other than Gamora? A little bit of a King Kong reference or so. All right. There's a halo above her head. That's not us. So now we have a little chase scene. A lot of various movement options going off here. Juke that. Alright, so this is a introduction to an angel called a Joy. They have really advanced AI and can kind of adapt to if you're holding the joystick towards them or not. Really fun enemy, but kind of hard to kill because they will evade your attacks. Pretty good movement. We get to the end of chapter 6. Alright, so the next chapter is going to be yet another large angel enemy. We've already seen him before, so he'll look familiar. His name is Temperance. We're going to use quite a few complex attacks versus this enemy. One of them being jump uppercut cancels with Shiraba. I am jumping in between every single input for the uppercut, which means that I have to hold lock on to do the uppercut, let go of lock on when I'm jumping, and then press it again as I'm trying to do the uppercut. It's a very interesting rhythm that is required to do the jump uppercut cancels very quickly. If I do them quick enough, I will fall back to the ground, which means I can continuously do it as long as I can maintain that rhythm. See if he acts nice here. He did. Not bad. Very quick fight so far. I'm locking on to the orb, doing a punch, kick, punch, and then doing a Tetsuzanko to launch a Wicked Weave at him from a distance. A little bit of a gut punch. We have our good buddy Hekatonk Share in action, helping us out. Same thing. Locking on to the 3 spheres on his body, using a punch, kick, punch. And using a Tetsuzanko if we have 3 magic orbs at least. Alright, so we've pretty much destroyed everything there is to destroy. Only one thing left. There's only weapon he has left, his face. So, during that, I was using a technique called the Kilgore exploit, where using a punch, 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 kick, attack, and then switching to the other weapon allows me to spray a massive amount of bullets. That lets us deplete the health bar basically a whole third every time we do that. And then we finish the boss off with a few uppercuts. You'll see more of the Kilgore exploit, is how it's called, later on in the run. There's not a ton of use cases for it, because there's just faster options for a lot of enemies. But it is very strong when it's used correctly. Alright. Shortest chapter in the whole game. Do not blink or you'll miss it. Diagonal evade. Into a Tetsuzanko to knock him off. Tetsu to knock him off. Panther jump evade. And we're waiting for the Ardor that I knocked off to despawn. More joys. I come into this corner here. This forces 2 of them to warp to me. I'm not playing nice. Look at them pretty quickly. Alright. So, we have a very fun segment coming up. An introduction to an angel called Irenic, which unfortunately we never even see. Other than that unskippable cutscene right there. Alright. Time to go room. 180. Behind us. Across the finish line. Let's do that again. A little bit of an accident. Let's restart this chapter, shall we? All right. That's okay. It happens. All right. So, here we are again. Much better joy behavior this time. All right, taken care of. All right, so as I was saying before, it is time to go room. Go into menu, use a magic flute, turn into panther form, go back across the finish line. Too short again. Okay. Oh my god, I'm like barely off. I'm trying to do it way too short, so that's on me. Alright. All in all, pretty good practice run so far. What was my... Yeah, my time's messed up because I reloaded the chapter. So it shouldn't be doing that. No big deal. Okay, OBS froze. That's cool. Some pretty good pace. Yeah, not bad. That's fine. Shit. Can't be mad about that. Pretty decent practice for commentary. I actually liked how that was going. Not gonna lie. Alright, that is it. Wow, I actually messed it up twice. Just barely short. Alright, let me do this again. So yucky. And then the auto splitter got desynced. Because, yeah, right. That's good. Oh my god. I just need to practice, like, sitting and commentating. It doesn't really matter the pace of the run. Because I play fairly consistently, and a lot of the strats that I do are consistent, which is very, very important. I make enough money in Chapter 2 to, like, supply me for the whole run, which is so nice. Because there's a lot of other issues that used to exist for Jean, where, like, sometimes the beginning of Chapter 6, you're short, and you can't buy Umbran Spear, and that's really awkward. And then you have a ton of just unnecessary money by Isla del Sol. And it's just like, ugh. It's very annoying. I'm pissed that I messed it up. Alright. Spots right there that you want to aim for. I was just trying to do it like pixel perfect, but the safe spot is the seam right there. And I'm way too tired to do another one, or I'd love to. But there's so much going on in Bayonetta. everything is going so fast, and there's so much complex stuff. It's just like pacing things right, where there's not a lot of downtime, but like I'm actually talking about the stuff as it's on screen is so hard. 'Cause there's a lot of dead air near the end of the chapters where like I don't have anything to say. But like GDQ or something, right? I'll just say like, hey, good time for donations for like 2 minutes or like a good solid minute, and then go off that. And then having them fill the air for me was like really cool. All right, I will be back tomorrow, and I will obviously be kind of doing the same thing as I did tonight. I don't need a perfect run. It's actually pretty good if it's not perfect. It helps build like a resiliency. Try not to get tilted. I submitted for the last GDQ and got denied. But there's another Bayonetta game coming out. I submitted for Bayonetta 1 and Bayonetta 3 because I was a world record holder in both games at the time. But I haven't played Bayonetta 3 since. It's a good game. I just haven't played Bayonetta. Sorry. I have so much stuff to do in Bayonetta 1 that I have found recently. I am not interested in playing Bayonetta 3 until I am satisfied with Bayo 1. Then I will take a hiatus, play Bayo 3, and then come back to Bayo 1 again. But until then, I am hard grinding Bayonetta for the time being. I fucking love this game. This game is so fucking fun. Like, oh my god, I love it. But that will be it for now. I'll be back earlier tomorrow. Kind of late today. A lot of things I had to do. No big deal. So, yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. Tomorrow will be better. I promise. And I hope you learned a lot so far with just, like, everything that was shown. Sorry for no hand cam during that, but, like, if I want to submit that video, having a controller out there is just kind of gross. There's too much. Having live splits at the top and just controller next to my webcam is, like, ill. So, have a good one. Catch you later.